of the common purpose to gain control by means that include the unlawful intimidation and mistreatment of those deemed to be opponents in an extraordinarily vast array of evidence. Communiques, public declarations, regulations, orders, intelligence and military police reports, notebooks, journals, meetings, inspections, appointments and promotions, efforts to deflect, deny, and justify crimes, the accused participation in crimes, and of course, witness evidence. From the beginning of the indictment period to the end, throughout different phases of the conflict, whether the common purpose was being publicly proclaimed or being modulated in response to concerns about the international community, the targeting of collaborators continued. I will address 1998, and Ms. Lawson will then address the events of 1999. But to fully understand what happened from March 98 onwards, it's helpful to know a bit about who the accused were at that time and how they got there. Because unlike many who would join the KLA during this period, the accused were not galvanized by the killings of the Yashari family to volunteer. Instead, they were the pioneers of the KLA who had led it to that point. As another core member of the KLA General Staff said, Hashim Thaci, Kadri Vaseli, and Recep Salimi were among the few protagonists who were part of a, quote, common structure and who, quote, started the war and finished it. Jakub Krasniqi, a respected public figure, joined that structure later, but would play a comparably important role. It began, as Jakub Krasniqi explained,
Are you running late? Did you see too much? All the awful dreams leave you alone.
the LPK is the political force, as Mr. Krasniqi noted, that deserves uncontested credit for founding the Kosovo Liberation Army. As Azam Sula said in P 1875, the KLA could be regarded as a creation of the military wing of the LPK. Levizia Popolare e Kosovos, or LPK, was an underground political group which considered that pan-Albanian liberation would not happen without armed conflict. And in the early 90s, it tasked a handful of members to form its military wing. And as Ilaz Kadoli noted in P12, quote, to start armed attacks against Serbian army, police, and collaborators with the Serbian occupier in Kosovo. Hashim Thaci and Kadri Veseli, friends since their early student days, were key players in that process at the forefront of the KLA from the beginning. That's P4216. As Mr. Thaci explained in his SPO interview, echoing what he had also told the ICTY, quote, when we started our activity in 1992-93, we were a small group of people. We were patriots. We were from Drenica. I was one of the people that established it, one of the founders, and this is well known. And similarly, Mr. Veseli explained in his SPRK testimony, quote, I was a member of the KLA from the very beginning. I am actually one of the founders. I was a member of the KLA main HQ since the beginning. Mr. Thaci had a big role from the start, leading organized activities, and Mr. Veseli recalled how during the period until 1994, he and Mr. Thaci would go back and forth to Albania. In 1994, they left for Switzerland, and from then until March 98, they would come to Kosovo every 3 to 4 months, spending 2 to 4 weeks at a time. That's P739.4. Thaci and Veseli had many important duties during this time, maintaining contacts, organizing, and bringing in arms, including 7 of the 12 RPGs used in the synchronized attack on 12 Serbian police stations in September 1997. That's P4200 and P1883. Mr. Thaci earned a reputation as one who bridged the gap between fighters in Kosovo and planners in exile. As a biographer of the KLA noted after consulting extensively with Mr. Thaci and other leaders. As Mr. Veseli said in P4216, Thaci was someone who not only led politically, but, quote, put himself in danger, and, quote, is a fighter and at the same time a political leader. Recep Salimi, another founding member of the General Staff, was known for his close connection to Adam Yashari and his role as one of the earliest participants and organizers in battle, including his organization of and participation in the synchronized attacks in September 97. And as Mr. Salimi himself observed in P761.4, someone who enjoyed widespread respect and credibility among the fighters. This background and stature was reflected in the description by one well-placed witness of Thaci, Veseli, and Salimi as, quote, the strong men of the KLA. That's P1097.9. And why Ramush Haradnai included Hashim Thaci and Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, among his 4 proposed candidates for commander of the KLA. A leader of the KLA, as one witness made clear, was one at the inception or core of the idea of war, and who had established or formed the KLA more than anyone else. That's P1136.4. As mentioned, Jakub Krasniqi also enjoyed widespread respect, in particular as a former political prisoner. Although he had maintained a legal profile with the LDK during the 90s, he had made contact with Adam Yashari in 1991, had been involved with the KLA since 1993, that's P-186, and has explained that he joined the General Staff no later than the beginning of 1997, that's P-794, thus bringing the accused together. And throughout, their work was collective in nature. As Kadri Vaseli said, quote, "We have had our responsibilities during the entire time in the period 92 through 98. We had our general staff and the operational staff of the UCK. We did not have separate duties, but all did whatever we could." Recep Salimi also underscored in his SPO interview that decisions were made collectively. And Sokol Bashoda noted in his ICTY interview that collective decision-making applied to decisions about collaborators. The period from the mid-90s to March 1998 was marked by increased organization and armed attacks, as well as determined efforts to ensure that the world knew what the KLA was doing and to magnify the intimidating impact of armed attacks to the full. General or central staff communiques over the next 3 to 4 years disseminated a consistent message. The general staff sought the independence of Kosovo. It would continue until final victory. Political parties who considered signing for autonomy would be, quote, punished as a traitor. It was only the KLA General Staff which had the right to govern and lead in Kosovo, and those now on. Mercilessly, and armed units were carrying out attacks on those collaborators. And I refer your honors, for example, to P-269, ET.1, 2, 5, 6, 8, and 9, 15, P-274, P-277, and P-279, as well as P-4290. Now, the communiques revealed that these particular attack collaborators included Serbs labeled as colonizers, member of the Serbian Socialist Party who had made a commemorative speech at the funeral of someone executed by KLA units, the rector of the Serb University in Pristina and his personal driver, persons allegedly known for open collaboration with the occupiers' bodies or for other unspecified anti-nationalist activity. These targets were in line with the extremely broad scope of collaboration as communicated by the General Staff. For example, those who, quote, blindly serve the foreign enslavers, or, quote, undermine and jeopardize the fate of our liberation war. That's P-269.15. There are instances in which Mr. Krasniqi or others assert that collaborators are people who serve the police and the soldiers. Now, first, even this false limitation cannot serve to justify the crimes, as you'll hear later from Mr. Thaci. But second, the evidence as always, must be assessed as a whole, and there are many more communications and statements that make clear that collaborators included all who were deemed to serve or bow to the occupier. Mr. Krasniqi, for example, made clear in ICTY testimony, that's PE 794, that collaborators were, quote, the stooges of the Serb regime who served this violent regime, that they were, quote, numerous in the economic, cultural, and political spheres, as well as the security spheres, and included all those who had done harm to the political and military actions of the KLA. He noted also that the Serbian regime apparatus couldn't function in Kosovo only through its police and soldiers, and explained that, quote, this apparatus extended its tentacles to all the pores of public administration. The defense has attempted to dismiss the communiques as, quote, propaganda, a word they use as a euphemism for untruthful. That claim is belied by the evidence. First, you can find multiple examples of such corroboration in paragraphs 1473 through 1480 of our final brief. And while the communiques may have exaggerated the extent of KLA success or downplayed difficulties, Mr. Krasniqi testified that the basic facts were accurate and in fact validated by other media reports. That's at P800. Indeed, Mr. Krasniqi specifically confirmed in P794 the substance of a number of communiques and could not think of a single communique he considered not to have actually been issued by the General Staff. As Mr. Krasniqi agreed when testifying before the ICTY at P795, page 3420, propaganda is, quote, an organizational program of publicity or selected information to propagate a doctrine or practice. And that is exactly what the communiques did. Further corroboration of the communiques is found in the ICTY evidence of Sokol Bashota at P 1870.3. Asked the simple question how collaborators were dealt with, he explained that, quote, by a decision of the General Staff, measures were taken against them, unquote, which were, quote, intended to convey the message that no one should behave this way again. And he continued, quote, and the General Staff in the communiques would announce that other people who behaved in the same way should take care not to do so. Collaborators, he explained, were given a warning, and only if they failed to stop, punitive measures were taken. And asked what those punitive measures were, quote, in most cases, decisions were made to kill them, unquote. And you can see an example of precisely that in Communique 20. Quote, the KLA Central Staff took the decision to have them executed after they had been warned earlier to quit their collaboration with occupiers and in line with KLA Central Staff decision published in Communique number 27. One of the victims was an MP of the Socialist Party of Serbia. Zara Ikosovis, an LPK organ, concluded that his liquidation indicated that, quote, the Albanian people is determined on its road to settle the scores with all those that obstruct the sun of freedom, unquote. And in an example of both the breadth of the definition and the effort to maximize the intimidating impact, Communique number 28 also declared that these executions should serve as a warning to all collaborators and traitors, quote, especially those who, under the pretext of being pressured by certain international power centers, are likely to make deals to sign agreements with occupiers contrary to national interests. Another example is communique number 29. Quote, the first assassination was carried out on 13 January of this year, where our guerrilla units executed the collaborator of the Serbian police, Fazli Hassani from Brabanic Mitrovica. This decision was taken following a long review of his anti-nationalist activities. And again, a broad warning to a wide audience of potential collaborators. Quote, this is the last time we are appealing to the occupiers' collaborators to give up their shameless path. Otherwise, the people's revengeful arm shall strike them mercilessly anywhere and everywhere. The defense has emphasized that Bashota told this court that he is only speaking hypothetically, only musing. Any fair reading of his evidence before the ICTY, however, reveals that this is simply not the case. First, it is crystal clear that he is responding to the question that was asked by simply relating what happened for much of his answer. And even after the moment to which the defense points as evidence of hypothesizing, Bashota stated flatly about collaborators who were warned, quote, and some of these people respected the warnings and some no, unquote. And that's at page 19 of P 1870.3. The defense also asserted, that's the Salimi brief, paragraph 594, that Bashota recanted his evidence concerning the collective decision-making of the general staff in relation to collaborators. In fact, he confirmed it. Despite unmistakable efforts to water down the level of specificity in detail as the import of his evidence became more apparent, Bashota nevertheless acknowledged that what he euphemistically characterized as appeals to not collaborate with the enemy were indeed collective decisions expressed through communiques. That's T22, 986 through 87. And he also confirmed that the communiques were widely known to public opinion as well as to KLA soldiers. Shortly after he became official spokesperson, Jakub Krasniqi said in an interview that he confirmed to the ICTY, confirmed its accuracy, quote, collaborators are warned that we will kill them if they continue to follow the wrong path. And he followed it up with the transparently false reassurance, however, as an army, we observe all international rules of warfare. That's P809. Indeed, at its most important moments, the General Staff corroborated the targeting of collaborators over and again. For example, when the KLA came out publicly in November 1997, Recep Salimi emphasized to the crowd what the KLA had been doing. Carrying out liberation actions against the occupiers, quote, as well as their Albanian-speaking collaborators, collaborationists. He also noted that those who take pacifist positions, quote, denigrate our holy war. That's P 1878. And when members of the General Staff made their first televised appearance in early March 1998, they made clear that they would not accept autonomy, issued a thinly veiled warning to the Kosovo Albanian government to hand over the funds it had gathered or face full responsibility, and noted that all the actions of the KLA had been directed against the Serb occupier, quote, and against the collaborators of the oppressor. That's P4217. Now, this was the beginning of March, when the accused were at the very core of the still small group that had pledged itself to the liberation of Kosovo by armed force against the Serbian police, army, and collaborators and traitors. But the beginning of March was also infamously marked by the attack on the Yashari compound and the killing of Adam Yashari and his family, an event that sparked what all parties agree was the beginning of the explosive expansion of the unit's origins. Now, you'll hear from Mr. Quick in much more detail about the creation and consolidation of units by the General Staff during this time. For now, I'll simply offer a general picture. The General Staff, which for years assured potential followers and the public that they would not stop, even should the conflict grow bloodier and wider, acted immediately. As detailed in our final brief at paragraphs 25 through 27, Hashim Thaci, Kadri Veseli, and a large group of LPK and trusted activists entered Kosovo, where those activists took up positions of leadership, organizing existing units, and forming new ones from the flood of volunteers who now wanted to join an army to liberate Kosovo, proud to take an oath to be a loyal soldier and to be punished by death if they violated that oath. At the same time, the General Staff strengthened and formalized existing relationships in such places as Dukagjini and Lap, and recruited and vetted professional soldiers to help in training and building the KLA. As Jakub Krasniqi put it in P796, the KLA began to expand from a guerrilla army, and it was the General Staff that, quote, had the responsibility to organize this army. This was indeed a hands-on period for the General Staff. As Bislam Zarapi noted in P605, before the arrival of the military professionals, the KLA General Staff had control of their units, but, quote, the way in which until then the staff exercised control had been a great burden to it, unquote. Now that reflected how active, engaged, and busy the accused and other members of the General Staff were. Zarapi himself had to wait around in Albania for quite some time, even after he was vetted and cleared for Mr. Thaci to arrive from Kosovo and take him in. And you can see more reflections of that in P1265. Now, this is not for public broadcast. This is the notebook seized from Recep Salimi. For various reasons, including the nature of third-party references to him and difference in handwriting from notes assessed to be written by him, we don't assess this particular notebook to have been written by Mr. Salimi. Now, P1265 records various events from the 12th of May in the vicinity of Umira and Likots. For example, the establishment of the first military police station in Likos on 18 March, or a request that a military police unit be formed in Umera, or 2 posts to Suhureka converging to the base Cheliku, or Nui Batici asking to report on aid supply and family life. And you can find those at 65, 42, 44, and 45. And the notebook reflects throughout Mr. Salimi's presence, importance, and involvement, including at page 6541, motivation came for training, meeting with 10. At page 6542, motive, meeting with 10. 6566, motive for coming to consult with 10 about arms supply and organization of the post. And also, I talked with them in Chabich, and they advised me to talk with 10. Or at page 6607, request to 10, a sniper has been promised to Hikuri Imasor. He is requesting that the promise come to fruition. And numerous other references scattered throughout the notebook. And just one more reflection of what Mr. Zarabi was referring to, bearing in mind you'll hear much more on this subject from Mr. Quick. Think of significant battles or events during this period. So, in the aftermath of the Glojan attack in March, Hashim Thaci and Kadri Vaseli were there. That's paragraph 672 of the final brief. Dachan in May, Kadri Vaseli and Hashim Thaci were there. P 1355.1. Balachevich Mine in June, Hashim Thaci and Kadri Vaseli were there. P 1273. Rahavets in July, Hashim Thaci, Kadri Vaseli, and Recep Salimi were there. P 1355.2. Lapushna Gorge, Hashim Thaci and Kadri Vaseli were there. P 189.7, page 70. So in this burdensome way, to borrow Mr. Zarabi's phrase, the general staff was building an army, including rapidly formed specialized units for special tasks, military police, intelligence, special units. And as we've discussed, the general staff had for years been assuring the region, and particularly its potential followers in its communications, that collaborators would be tracked down and dealt with mercilessly. And that is exactly what happened. Consider again P 1265, the notebook seized from Mr. Salimi that reflected his presence and involvement. That notebook also reveals the focus on collaborators and suspects throughout, including for such things as having frequent contacts with a brother-in-law who was a Serbian policeman, or for meeting with 3 fellow villagers who were Serbs, or for insulting the KLA, referring to them as monkeys or thugs, or for having intimate relations with a police officer and a child with him, or for the recent acquisition of a phone. You can find those at pages 6591, 92, 6605, and 6609. Indeed, contemporaneous notebooks and notes are replete with reflections of the targeting of collaborators by police, intelligence, and special units. And just to name a few examples, P75, P74, P2455, P2623, P651, P2638, P1265, as I just mentioned, P1644. Now, the defense has urged you to disregard such entries, focusing on what may not be known about the notebooks and darkly speculating that they may have been fabricated. Setting aside the extent to which these notebooks are filled with mundane aspects of daily life and inconsequential detail, or so often require reference to additional contextual information for their significance to be understood, or even more importantly, that the notebooks must be assessed in the context of the totality of the evidence, they are corroborated both broadly and specifically. The trial record contains extensive submissions on corroboration of such items, including through item-by-item explanations in admissibility litigation and in our final trial brief. But for now, let me just give a couple of examples, if I may. Again, the next slide is not for public broadcast. This is P75, a notebook related to the Maastricht zone provided by the ICTY. And just flipping through its pages, you can find entry after entry that was corroborated during the course of this trial. And again, the following slides are not to be broadcast until I announce the next public item. Page 9244. The highlighted references were corroborated by witness 3873 at transcript T22578 through 79. 9253 and 9256. Highlighted portions corroborated by W4371 at transcript 15253 and 254 and 258 through 259. 9254. The date was corroborated by AF 467. 9270. Highlighted section is corroborated by P1381, which was seized from Jakub Krasniqi and confirmed by W4752 at T17355. 9274. Highlighted portions corroborated by W4371 at transcript 15258. 9278. Portions are corroborated by 4371 at T15257 through 58 and more. 9291. Highlighted portions corroborated by P1417, which was seized from Rajab Salimi, and P3837, which was seized from Jakub Krasniqi, both corroborating the Maastricht numerical designation. 9295, highlighted portions corroborated by W4295 at 2116 through 619. 9298, corroborated by 4371 at transcript 15257. 9249, highlighted sections corroborated by witness 3873 at T22577 through 579. 9301, Ducagini zone code is corroborated by P1417 and P319, seized from Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Salimi. And one more, 9269. Here we see Adrenot's victim as corroborated by W4489 at transcript 11772 through 774. That victim also appears in P74, another notebook. And here he appears under, quote, notes about Ardit's information, unquote, which concern suspicious persons and collaborators. And we know that from the evidence that Ardit or Arditi was a member of the Vrin local staff intelligence who was indeed tasked with what P-74 reveals him to be doing, the identification of suspected collaborators. And there also, we see highlighted the name of another suspected collaborator. That's in the middle of the page to the left. And now looking at P1112, we see those same two names. P1112 was seized from Jakub Krasniqi. Or perhaps instead of a notebook, let's look at collected notes, also not for public broadcast. P1644 are notes seized in Likovce, Lauscha, and Aučareva during operations of the Serbian MUP in the first week of August, during the offensive that overran KLA headquarters following the attack on Rahovec. As Sokol Bashota told the ICTY, the KLA had written materials and, quote, then there were a lot of offenses and a lot of things were lost. And we see on 098615 through 98619, the information on these pages, Your Honors, was corroborated by W4337 at transcript 5310 through 19 and by P283. At 98618, witness 4290 confirmed his signature, and he did that at transcript 2505 through 07. And the references to asking Daya and Haki for weapons are corroborated by the information you can find at paragraphs 460 through 463 of our final brief. At page 98621, the 6 names highlighted here can also be found in P2459, listing the same 6 as, quote, persons being looked for.
It's your microphone against the, thank you.
Is there still difficulty hearing? Okay. Turning to page 98619 of P1644, we see here the interrogation of one detainee who's asked about a number of people, including the highlighted name. And that person, the person being asked about, also appears in P709 and P1445, which were seized by UNMIK from Halil Chadraku, who you will recall was head of G2 of the intelligence service in the Pastrik zone. Those exhibits relate how a KLA soldier received a task in April 98 from her superiors, Femi Ladrosi, Musa Yashari, and Yahir Damaku, as a condition for joining the KLA. The task was to liquidate a skriptful, a term used to denote collaborators, also used by Recep Salimi in his November 1997 speech. And that skriptful was the person whose name you saw in 1644. The assignment was carried out, but the victim survived. When told in August 1999 that she'd be transferred to Drenica, the soldier was concerned because that's where the victim, who knew she was the attacker, lived. So the soldier then sought the assistance of Mr. Trudaku, who wrote to Tahir Sinani at the Pashtuk Zone Command, urging that the soldier be protected in light of her service. Sinani wrote back that she was to take up her duties, quote, only after receiving the written order from Chief Luli. And continuing with P1644, 98623 to 6225 are 3 pages. And on those 3 pages, you see the names of 3 men, names and personal details of 3 men abducted on 3 separate days from 3 separate locations, as described in paragraph 314 of the final brief. And at 98620, here you see a list of questions. When did you first hear of the KLA? Who's in the KLA? What do you think about the Albanian people? And so on. And in P1499, a chilling video, we see those same questions being asked of those men and of the 4th man. That video gives you a small insight into the despair and helplessness of being detained and fearing, or even worse, knowing what awaits. And you can watch one of those men as he says, quote, I am destroyed, a living destroyed man. Just the thought that your little children are waiting and that I cannot bring up my children through life tomorrow. And on page 98615, we can see how the 4th man, a 58-year-old retired accountant, got there. Brought in by the Plumba unit, which was led by Ferit Shala and which reported directly to the general staff, and to which Recep Salimi assigned codes, and received by Sahit Yashari, who you heard on video in May 1998, saying, the military police of Kosovo Liberation Army are professionally prepared and always ready to carry out the orders given by the General Staff of Kosovo.
Every wedding occasion calls for something special. Every look should be too. Gold for the big day, diamonds for the cocktail, kundan for the sangeet. With Riva, I didn't just find jewelry. I found myself in every look.
From the general staff about collaborators remained the same. We are targeting collaborators. Communique number 47, and this is public, issued on 12 May, stated that during the months of March, April, and May, at the orders of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff, a number of attacks were also carried out against certain Albanian collaborationists who, despite earlier warnings, had not given up on their anti-nationalist path. And you'll recall that, among other things, this was the period of the attack we just referred to, orchestrated by Damaku, Ladrosti, and Yashari. Communique number 48, issued on 19 June 1998, stated that by order of the General Staff, military formations carried out armed attacks against enemy forces and, quote, also took punitive measures against some incorrigible collaborationist elements. General Staff spokesperson Jakub Krasniqi, who in his own words, quote, represented and publicized the policy of the General Staff and KLA at that time, P799, confirmed that the General Staff was targeting collaborators in an interview of 11 July, which he also confirmed in testimony before the ICTY was accurate. He was asked about criticism of the KLA by the international community for violation of human rights of Serbian and Montenegrin civilians. And he responded with a memorable combination of admission and attempted evasion, answering, quote, "We do not go in for kidnapping. Even if some people have suffered, these have been more Albanian collaborators than Serbian civilians." That's at P793. All of this at the same time that the General Staff was preparing and disseminating regulations that codified the targeting and, quote, merciless treatment of opponents. Now, the defense has also asserted that what was called the KLA was merely a collection of disparate and autonomous units, and thus any detentions of and crimes against opponents cannot be attributed to the accused. But the KLA and the General Staff from its inception comprised a close-knit grouping with certain long-established strongholds. No one is suggesting that bringing all the village units under its authority occurred instantaneously. It was instead a process, and one to which the accused were devoted and which was remarkably successful in a short period of time due to that leadership. But let's look at a few places where the targeting of opponents was unmistakably and brutally implemented to explore the question of connection between those sites and the General Staff. Likovce was the Drenica zone's headquarters and the zone's military police headquarters. Find that in the SPO final brief at paragraph 636. It was a hub from which recruits were deployed to other areas, and indeed the General Staff was headquartered there from March until the end of May 1998. That's P776, 44 through 48. It also held a detention site that was well known and feared among the local population, which held civilian detainees, including farmers, teachers, elderly persons, accused of such things as being collaborators, LDK supporters, spies and traitors because they supported Rugova, not leaving employment, or showing submission to the occupier by distributing birth certificates. Prisoners were brutally mistreated and killed. The commander of Likovce was Suleiman Salimi, Recep Salimi's close relative, who in fact introduced him to Adam Yashari. In May 1998, Suleiman Salimi was selected as Drenica zone commander at a meeting attended by Recep Salimi, and his appointment was approved by the General Staff. Suleiman Salimi explained that in addition to the many visits by Hashim Thaci and Kadri Vaseli and Sokol Pashota, Recep Salimi was always present in the area. Find that at P 1745. And in an interview at the end of July 1998, Suleiman Salimi was asked, quote, "Who deals with the execution of sentences against collaborators and abducted Serb criminals?" A question which itself reflected the open secret that opponents were being targeted. Suleiman Salimi acknowledged the detentions, but taking his lead from Mr. Krasniqi, stated that everything was done according to military law. The deputy commander was Sami Lushtaku, an old comrade of Recep Salimi, who re-entered Kosovo with Mr. Thaci and Mr. Vaseli immediately after Prekaz. That's P771 and 773. He personally informed one beaten detainee that he and his father had been detained because of allegations they were spies, and he gave an interview in May 98 in which he acknowledged that, quote, "We have killed police officers, soldiers, and their collaborators." That's P 1266. Sahit Yashari was commander of the military police, another longtime comrade from the early days of the KLA, and we've already referred to his allegiance to the general staff. And Sabit Getzi. He headed a unit in the Drenica zone, including at Likots, and answered to the general staff, and in particular, Kadri Vaseli. It was from Getzi's house that Mr. Salimi went to deliver his speech for the KLA's first appearance, and whom Mr. Salimi met very often in the spring and summer of 1998. Find that at the final trial brief at paragraph 315. All participated in the mistreatment of detainees. Let's look at one more place before the break. As detailed at paragraph 676 and onwards of the SPO's final brief, Yablanica was a site where civilians were held in subhuman conditions and brutally mistreated because they were accused of being spies and collaborators. And there, the commander was Lahi Ibrahimai, a member of the general staff with long-standing ties with the accused. Mr. Vaseli hid in Brahimai's home in Yablanica in the early 90s. And it was Brahimai who proposed Vaseli's alias Luli. From the mid-1990s, Salimi frequently met Brahimai and stayed at his house in Yablanica, organizing weapon shipments and planning military activities. Between 95 and March 98, Mr. Thaci and Mr. Brahimai, one of Thaci's main points of contact in Kosovo, met once or twice a year. Brahimai was also present at a meeting of the Dukajini Command, which adopted rules providing for the execution of collaborators with the enemy. When a group of village elders came to plead for the release of a prisoner, Brahimai refused. Being, quote, LDK supporters and, quote, traitors because they had fled and attacked by Serbian forces. Brahimai himself took part in the arrests and mistreatment of detainees. And Your Honor, this would be an appropriate time for a break.
All right, we'll take a half-hour break.
Mr. President, I just wanted to point out that some of our team may be coming in and out in the various sessions, and I wanted to let the panel know that in case the panel has any issues
Just to
with
do
that.
it quietly and not let the door slam.
Just in the breaks, not while we're speaking. Thank you.
We'll be back at 11 o'clock then. Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may proceed, Mr. Teeger.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for the benefit of the registrar, all the remaining slides will be public until I indicate toward the end of the presentation those that cannot be broadcast. Your Honors, perhaps we'll look at one more detention site during this spring through early summer period. And that's Lapushnik, as detailed in paragraph 698 and onward of the final trial brief. Over 100 civilians were held and subject to brutal and even horrifying treatment because they were labeled as spies and collaborators, including because they were LDK members. The Cheliku 3 unit operated the site, and its commander was appointed by and reported to Fatmir Limai, who himself was personally involved in the detention site. Limai joined the KLA in 1996 through his friend Recep Salimi, with whom he shared a home during their studies in Pristina. After fleeing Kosovo in 1997, Limai returned with Hashim Thaci and Kadri Vaseli in the immediate aftermath of Prekaz and took up command, operating under the authority of the General Staff, conveying orders from and reporting to the General Staff, P 1812. Limai publicly proclaimed that units in the area were under the command of the General Staff, told Toronto television that it was his, quote, duty to repeat the position of the UCK General Staff that there can be no talks about Kosovo without the KLA, and later became a member of the General Staff as head of the Military Police Directorate. You can see that at P 4146 and at our final trial brief, paragraph 281. In Lapushnik, Limai told a detainee that he had been arrested because he sold wood to Serbs in Roma. That's at T20422. A notebook later seized from Limai's apartment contained notes on suspected collaborators, including a forester who was detained in Lapushnik and executed on the Berisha Mountains in late July 1998, P2018. Limai had frequent contacts with the General Staff. The frequency of his communication and contact was such that Recep Salimi assured the ICTY in defense of Limai that there couldn't have been a detention site there without his knowledge. That's final trial brief, para 599. Your Honors, whatever was happening in locations not yet under the authority of the General Staff during this period of rapid expansion, the common purpose was implemented in sites run by those they installed or appointed, who made clear they followed the General Staff, who they had known and worked with for years, and who knew best what they wanted. And speaking, as I cited Recep Salimi doing a moment ago, of being in places where there could not have been detentions without knowing about it, I've alluded to the accused extraordinary organizational efforts in this period, which put them in so many places so often. Let's just look at a few. As noted earlier, Thaci, Vaseli, and particularly Salimi were regularly in Likots in that period. Indeed, the General Staff was headquartered there through May, when the 4 men abducted on 4 different days were interrogated for purposes of propaganda, the province of the General Staff, pursuant to a prepared template. When the Balacevac mine was taken in June 1998, it was extensively covered by the media, documented in international reports, and widely known. See the final trial brief at 1097, paragraph 1097. Thaci and Vaseli went there after it was taken, and they can be seen in a still photograph reflecting KLA control and in a video with weapons. 9 mine workers were abducted by the KLA. That was no secret. Negotiations were held in a vain attempt to secure their release. They were never released and never seen again. Find that in the final trial brief at paragraphs 377 through 78. Just a month later, Rahavats was taken briefly by the KLA. Now, although the general staff had concluded that they were not quite ready to take towns like Rahavats, someone jumped the gun, prompting a significant counteroffensive. The KLA general staff, including Thaci, Vaseli, and Salimi, responded immediately, appointing Agim Chelai to command and participating personally. You can see paragraphs 232 and 792 of the final trial brief. Over 50 civilians were abducted in Rahavats, Aptarusha, and Reti. Reports written during or in the aftermath of these record in a matter-of-fact manner the taking of civilian prisoners, referring, for example, to, quote, 22 individuals would be taken prisoner, 7 women would be released. That's P67. Indeed, the general staff would later brag about releasing the detained women to the ICRC. That's P4155. But bragging about releasing the women begs the question of what happened to the men. And you can see the general staff responsibility for that chillingly laid out in paragraphs 792 through 817 of our final trial brief. Now, the defense has argued that the evidence of a particular witness cannot be credited, suggesting a motivation that is frankly hard to square with that person's actual involvement, as corroborated by others, such as W498, or indeed with the risks involved. The detail, depth, and context of the information provided by that witness long ago is compelling and persuasive, particularly given the corroboration, including corroboration by victims, the number of units involved under general and direct general staff authority, 2 separate KLA reports, P67 and P1329, recording in a matter-of-fact way the taking of civilian prisoners, that between the 2 major executions and discarding of bodies in the same area, an international who had heard from the ICRC in Malasheva about abductions raised the general issue of abductions and ICRC access to Mr. Thaci and Mr. Vaseli, with the still living prisoners in the police station close by. Mr. Thaci and Mr. Vaseli did not say, what detentions? What are you talking about? Instead, they blithely assured the representative of the international that the KLA would respect the Geneva Conventions. And later, as mentioned, bragging about having released the women. Throughout the period I've discussed, spring and summer 1998, the targeting and mistreatment of opponents, which had been a hallmark of general staff efforts even before March 1998, was evident everywhere they went and everywhere they installed their most trusted subordinates, as well as in their statements, communiques, and regulations. The attack on Rahavats prompted a fierce response by Serb forces, overrunning KLA headquarters and brutally forcing out civilians from those areas. Faced with questions about the extent and necessity of the suffering and the effectiveness of the KLA and its strategies, or simply what was next, the general staff saw danger and opposition and cast deviations from general staff dogma as, quote, special war. Special warfare was deemed to include such matters as speculation about the institutions that were to represent Kosovo, spreading information that created a feeling of panic, sowing defeatism, calling on people to give up weapons, calling for a temporary solution of Kosovo's status, and was to be dealt with mercilessly. The KLA and the Albanian people declared the General Staff, quote, was being stabbed in the back by collaborationist and pacifist elements, unquote. In August 1998, for example, General Staff Political Declaration 7 warned of a, quote, merciless blow to anyone conducting special war by, quote, speculation on institution building, a project that the General Staff had embarked on in response to international interest in a single interlocutor and was determined to control. On September 18th, the General Staff stated in communique number 53 that, quote, various punitive actions are being taken against collaborationist elements who continue to serve the occupying rule. And on September 21st, in communique number 54, declared that, quote, all sorts of emissaries have put themselves at the service of the enemy by waging special warfare against our liberation war and heroic army, collaborationists and political activists who sow defeatism. Those two communiques bookended Chirez on September 20th. In Chirez and Baitsa, Mr. Thaci, Mr. Salimi, and Sabit Getsi again, led the arrest, detention, and beating of parliamentarians conducting a humanitarian visit to different parts of Kosovo with the approval of Ibrahim Rugova. As explained in a KLA military police press release, quote, based on information from the KLA intelligence service on 20 September 1998 at about 12:15, the KLA military police arrested 13 syndicalist, institutionalist party representatives in the village of Chirez, Drenica, for their divisive, partisan, schismatic, institutionalist, anti-liberation war propaganda, for handing over weapons, and for a temporary solution of Kosovo's status. And noted that investigations were continuing against 3. And just in case the detentions and beatings failed to deliver the message, shortly before they were released, Getsi threatened to kill Agam Krasniqi in Thaci's presence. And Mr. Thaci himself threatened another victim for refusing to resign from his political positions, telling him, quote, even if you are free now, we could kill you in Pristina because we have our own people in Pristina. That's at paragraph 940 of the final trial brief. The General Staff continued its focus on opponents viewed as engaging in special war. In the first week of October, Mr. Krasniqi underscored in an interview the, quote, special war effort by those trying to justify a peaceful path by speaking about KLA losses and thus trying allegedly to, quote, destroy the KLA, P3713. On the 30th of October, LDK officials Jakub Kastrati and Sendescu were arrested. And you'll find at paragraphs 956 through 959 of the final trial brief, detailed information about what happened to them. KLA military press release number 4 explained why. They had allegedly, quote, spread propaganda about surrendering weapons in cooperation with collaborators, namely Selman Benici from the village of Banja and Ramiz Hoxha from Belanica, who had been executed some time ago by the KLA. As Bartel Mahmoudi told U.S. diplomatic representative Larry Rawson in response to U.S. concerns about the detentions of these 2 LDK officials, quote, in this case, we have to do with 2 spies, collaborationists of the repressive Serb apparatus. They have been arrested because they have caused damage to our cause, unquote. and added that only the general staff had the authority to allow anyone access to them. That's P 1090. Similarly, Walker was told by a general staff representative during the release process, quote, "These are two Albanian traitors whom we tried and they will not do it again." That's T 2312 through 13. And the panel will recall that Salman Benishi and Ramiz Hoxha were executed, indeed executed, and left by the side of the road. A handwritten, quote, execution order issued by the KLA Secret Police Service attached to Hoxha's body read, quote, "For collaborating with the occupier and spreading anti-Albanian propaganda, causing fear, panic, and hatred in the name of the Albanian people and in the name of our war of liberation, Ramiz Hoxha from Balanica is sentenced to death as a traitor of the nation. Such a fate awaits any other traitor." And that's the final trial brief at paragraphs 88 through 89. The same military police release also asserted that Descu and Kostrati, quote, "are in continuous coordination with Agim Krasniqi, a member of the LDK presidency, who is known to the KLA intelligence service as an inspirer of the special war against the KLA and an initiator of a kind of autonomous police in Kosovo." That special war justification for the arrest of Descu and Kostrati was echoed in P 1250, a decision of the, quote, KLA military court justice judge based on information by the KLA intelligence service. Information that Kostrati and Descu, since the beginning of the enemy offensive, had, quote, carried out a special warfare against the KLA and our people's war for freedom and independence. And how had they done that? Quote, "They defended the wretched position of the party they belong to, which has always obstructed our people's commitment in the war for freedom. They spread insecurity and defeatism. They did not help the Kosovo Liberation Army. On the contrary, they hindered and sabotaged its just war." And the general staff ensured that special war was addressed widely. For example, at the end of December, following a general staff meeting with zone commanders, Mr. Serapi issued a report based on written reports received from the zones regarding various issues. With respect to defense and safety, the report noted, quote, "Special units and military police provide special help by successfully facing the enemy's special war and its extended hand." That's at P 228. Now, this intensification of the opponent policy with the KLA coincided with the KLA's heightened engagement with the international community in the second half of 1998. Now, this was a much sought after breakthrough for the KLA and the general staff, but it brought with it uncomfortable scrutiny that threatened this newly achieved status. So in July 1998, as noted earlier, W2144 met with Mr. Thaci and Mr. Vaselli, reminding them of allegations about detentions and abductions and about the need for ICRC access. In September 1998, the special rapporteur of the Commission on Human Rights, Jerry Deanspear, expressed alarm at reports of abductions carried out by the KLA against Serbian and Albanian civilians, specifically denouncing the mid-July abduction of 51 civilians from the Rahavats area. And in political declaration number 16 from October 1998, the general staff, which was, quote, closely following Kosovo-related political and diplomatic activities, characterized Deanspear's, quote, irresponsible, unquote, representation as an attack against our just liberation war. And in November, early November, representatives of Human Rights Watch met with Mr. Thaci and Mr. Limai to discuss specifically the arrest of 2 Serb journalists and more generally concerns about allegations of violations by the KLA, including harassment, intimidation, and killings. Find that at our final trial brief at para 591. Now, one of the responses to this heightened scrutiny and awareness by the internationals was Bislam Zarapi's order of 28 November 1998. That's at T-17-640 and 43. Now, while this order was directed to increased centralized control over arrests and detentions, it must be understood in full context, including that centralized control over the targeting of collaborators was the problem, not the solution, that the General Staff in its communications had made clear it did not consider collaborators subject to protections normally accorded civilians, and in light of the continuing targeting and mistreatment of opponents. I spoke in connection with the March through July period about 3 detention sites. Let's look quickly at a couple of sites in this period. Baigora was a site of the Lap Zone Command Headquarters from July until mid-September 1998. During that period of time, at least 16 persons were detained there. From the beginning of October, the village of La Pastiza was the location of the Lap Zone Command headquarters, and where the Lap Zone Command also maintained a detention site in a stable or cowshed. More than 50 detainees were held there, interrogated, beaten, and sometimes killed because they were collaborators. Accused for various reasons, including being too friendly with Serbs, selling wood, failing to shut down a local LDK branch, being a forester, and you can find that at the final trial brief at 880 through 910. The commander of the Lap Zone was Rustam Mustafa, Remy, a close associate of Recep Salimi's, and who in fact was with Mr. Salimi and Adam Yashari just before the fatal assault on the Yashari compound. Latif was regularly present in these locations, both these locations, directing the beatings of detainees and personally participating as well.
Interpreters note the counsel is kindly asked to slow down when reading for the purposes of interpretation. Thank you.
To the interpreters. Those beatings were savage, and you'll hear more about that from Mr. Poch. You've also received evidence of Gashi's interrogation philosophy, reflected when he instructs an interlocutor in March 1999 that he should, quote, interrogate in 3-hour sessions, beating him up all the time, slowly and thoroughly. That's P3551. These facilities were established and operated under General Staff authorization and direction. Remy established Baigora on the basis of the communiques, referring to what is otherwise blindingly obvious to anyone, that the General Staff condemned collaborators and opponents and called for the harshest measures in dealing with them. And Remy further explained, however reluctantly, that after that, he received from the General Staff an order to detain collaborators. That was a result of the special needs after the summer offensive. Quote, the giving of an order was done at that time where there were special needs after the summer offensives. P693 on page 6. And as we've just seen, the General Staff indeed responded fiercely to the risk of eroded support in the aftermath of the summer offensive, labeling any alternatives to General Staff positions as special war, a traitorous offense. That message was personally delivered in Lap. Shortly after the General Staff discussed special war at a General Staff meeting on 16 August, Mr. Thaci, Mr. Krasniqi, Mr. Salimi, and Zarapi traveled to the Shala and Lab zones and raised the issue of special war, including how to detect and address it. Among other responses, the Lab Zone produced a special war brochure at the end of November, which explained that special war was, among other things, quote, calls for dialogue and a political solution, or indeed, quote, any strengthening of pacifism, unquote, because that, quote, might result in the KLA factor being ignored by the international community. That's P-164. After that visit to LAP in August, General Staff members returned in late October, including Mr. Thaci, Mr. Krasniqi, and Mr. Salimi, among others. That's P-189, pages 8863 through 66 and 67, and P-1264 at SPOE 128742. Notes seized from Rajab Salimi's house and admitted as P-181 reveal some of what was discussed on that occasion. Again, there was discussion about special war, which Remy assured was under control. Quote, special war and propaganda not present. The notes then reflect a discussion with Latif Ghashi, who referred to one former detainee who had been released after discussions with Mr. Thaci and particularly Mr. Salimi, and another detainee who was beaten to death and whose body was thrown into a shallow grave near the detention site, where it remained until after the war when Remy and other soldiers directed the family to the location. And the notes reflect Ghashi describing the cover-up story to explain the death of that detainee who was beaten to death, as revealed by autopsies, executed by Serb police. You can find that at paragraph 867 of the final brief. For a variety of reasons, we assess these as notes taken by Mr. Salimi, that is P-181. It's clearly an inspection of the type he did routinely at a time he is known to have visited. It is unmistakably Remy talking to a member of the General Staff, given the topics and issues raised. Latif Ghashi asked if there were suspicions during the time, quote, you worked with the detainee who was released, reflecting Salimi's acknowledgement that he was the first one in the KLA to deal with that particular detainee. That's P53.6, page 19. And the style and cursive of the notes are similar to others, where the context also makes unmistakably clear it is him writing. And one more direct reflection of the common purpose before Ms. Lawson turns to 1999. You'll recall the MP statement, the military police statement on the 1st of November that condemned Castrati and Descu for their association with Agam Krasniqi, who was a member of the LDK presidency, who was considered, quote, an inspirer of the special war against the KLA and an initiator of a kind of autonomous police in Kosovo. So around that same time, KLA leaders, described in a cable as Thaci, quote, and his colleagues, unquote, told United States representatives that they would never support a solution that did not provide for independence, that all Serb forces must leave, and, quote, insist that the KLA, not Rugova or anyone else, determine who will be future ethnic Albanian police force. Mr. Thaci and Mr. Krasniqi met with United States representatives again on the 6th of November, when Hill's draft document for an interim resolution of the crisis was presented. And they rejected out of hand the concept of a new Kosovo local police force that would reflect the ethnic balance of the province, insisting that, quote, there's only one Kosovo police force, and that is the KLA's police, unquote, adding that any Albanian member of a new police force would be considered a, quote, Serbian policeman. That's at P 1068. That position was echoed in the General Staff's assessment of Ambassador Hill's draft solution seized from Mr. Krasniqi's home, which states, quote, no police force shall be set up in Kosovo that derives outside of the KLA police units. That's P 3760. And so, on December 2nd, Mr. Krasniqi gave an order which reflected exactly the position that Mr. Thaci and Mr. Krasniqi had told the U.S., that local police would be considered Serbian police and an act of disloyalty that was treasonous. KLA zone commands were instructed to issue orders to the KLA military police to arrest those people who, by showing loyalty to the occupiers, put on the uniform of the Serb police, quote, thus committing an act of treason towards the Albanian people. The Krasniqi defense has argued at paragraphs 542 through 48 of their brief that this order was not related to Hill's proposal because he was unable to recall any aspect of his plan relating to the local police, and that in any case, Hill's proposed plan never came into effect because it was superseded by Rambouillet, and that Krasniqi's order of 2 December instead, quote, refers solely to combatants who took active part in hostilities. That Hill's plan was ultimately superseded is patently irrelevant to efforts before that to keep it from getting traction. And more importantly, Mr. Hill testified that while he didn't specifically recall elements of his plan, he was, quote, sure that policing was part of it, recalled talking about it in the context of, quote, an autonomous Kosovo, and that there was concern when we talked, concern about local police, that the, quote, organization that controls police will control Kosovo, unquote. And he noted these were people who believed in full independence. That's at T 227, 736 through 38. Hill's actual testimony confirms the contemporaneous cables to which I referred earlier, which made clear that KLA concerns about local police were that they threatened independence in favor of a kind of autonomy. Further, in making the claim that the 2 December order refers solely to combatants who took part in hostilities, the defense is forced to argue that many months and many battles into the conflict, the deputy commander issued an order that combatants whom they had previously felt free to kill should now be arrested. Not because they engaged in combat, but because, quote, they are showing loyalty to the occupier. It is patently clear that the disloyalty they are showing, and that is somehow necessary to point out to zone commands, is that local police are people who have chosen to become part of, quote, a solution that did not explicitly provide for independence. Mr. Krasniqi's 2 December order was aggressively implemented, and the next slides are not for public broadcast. This, Your Honor, is a report dated 9 March 1999 from the intelligence sector of the Dukagene operational zone. It lists well over 200 alleged suspected collaborators, including about 40 simply listed as, quote, local police officer. One of those is this man highlighted. And in an operation, this is also not to be broadcast, in an operation on 25 March involving the coordinated efforts of intelligence and police, that man was arrested at 3 a.m, confessed to all types of things, including, quote, information about 5 other local police. And now quoting from the written report of the intelligence sector, he, quote, is in possession of a local police officer's booklet listing the number. The person in question was executed by the unit of the 132nd Brigade on 25 March 1999. His body is buried in. From 3 a.m. in the morning to that quick burial. And you can see another intelligence report at that time for a further reflection of focus on local police, a March intelligence report expressing concerns about the leaking of information about KLA arrests and KLA executions. That's P3195.4. Mr. Salimi's notes reveal a meeting earlier that month at the Dukagjini Zone Command, during which developments around each zone were discussed, as well as the political situation. Additionally, the status of the military police and of the intelligence and counterintelligence sector was reviewed, with the determination that, quote, intelligence and counterintelligence are functioning at satisfactory level, unquote. And in particular, there was discussion of, quote, data on local policemen. That's at P3206. Now recall, we just saw a moment ago, P1592, the Dukagjini intelligence report about collaborators that listed more than 40 people because they were local police in different areas. That was seized at Mr. Salimi's residence. Your Honors, you can find other reflections of the implementation of the 2 December order in Bob, for example, in the early part of March 1999, where detainees were arrested, detained, and mistreated because they were considered to be local police. Find that final trial brief, the prosecution's final trial brief, paragraph 1018. As just reviewed, Your Honors, the common purpose and the accused's deep commitment to it was revealed over and over and over again during 1998. And I'll now turn the floor over to Ms. Lawson to discuss its manifestations in 1999.
Thank you, Mr. Teeger.
You've just heard about the development of the openly articulated and actively implemented opponent policy pursued by the JCE members. By October 1998, contacts with international actors had increased, KVM was deploying on the ground, and the prospect of internationally brokered negotiations was materializing. As Mr. Teeger alluded to, this brought heightened scrutiny. There's no question that as a result, the KLA leadership tried to present itself in a more favorable light towards the international community, as it vied to be recognized as the decisive factor in Kosovo and to lead any and all negotiations. However, when it came to the continuing targeting of opponents and resulting crimes, there's also no question that this was a very thin veneer of pretense, as the JCE members simply sought to better hide and disguise what they were doing. And this is amply demonstrated throughout the evidence, but we can start with Mr. Thaci's own words and conduct. And for this, I'm drawing on the evidence cited at paragraphs 951 to 953 of our brief. On the 10th of November, 1998, Thaci, accompanied by Limai, met with representatives of Human Rights Watch and claimed that 2 detainees whose arrests had received considerable public attention had been tried in absentia and without legal representation, and were now serving a prison sentence. When advised that the detainees should be released, they even represented to Human Rights Watch that they could not intervene in judicial proceedings or, quote, civilian judicial authorities, end quote. That's at transcript 7323. This meeting followed a press release by the KLA Military Police Directorate announcing the arrests, and one by a KLA Justice Directorate containing the purported verdict of the military court. When these detainees were eventually released, pursuant to a supposed amnesty to coincide with Flag Day, General Staff Communique 63 announced that the release proved the KLA's recognition of international conventions of war and its respect for the international community. That's at paragraph 962 of our brief. Defense attempts to cast doubt on the authenticity of public statements issued in the name of the military, police, and justice directorates, primarily on the basis that no such formal directorates existed at the time, fail to persuade. Not only do such press releases address contemporaneously significant factual developments about which certain of the accused had direct knowledge, including the detentions at Jerez and the individuals held at Sedlare. And not only do they do so in terms which reflect the accused's own representations about those events, but there's additional uncontestable support for their authenticity. For example, taking the military police press release, that's P270.10, which incidentally was published in Coheditore on the same page with General Staff Political Declaration 16. A hand-annotated draft version of this same military police directorate press release was seized from Jakub Krasnici's house. That's P586. Similarly, in respect of the Justice Directorate press release, P378, not only do we have Fatmir Limai, a law graduate, contemporaneously being introduced to Human Rights Watch as the head of the KLA Judicial Directorate, but seized from Jakub Krasnici's house, we have a decision of the purported Justice Directorate issued during that same time period in respect of 2 detainees held at that same location, P1250. While, even as described, the purported trial of the two detainees discussed at the meeting failed to meet applicable international standards, the idea that there had been a trial before any court was, quite simply, a lie. As Thaci himself admitted to the ICTY in 2004, he knew that in reality the detainees had not been sentenced. And in his later SPO interview, an extract of which is on screen now, when asked specifically about this incident, Thaci confirmed the KLA didn't have any judicial or legal process, adding that, quote, "This is something that has been made up," end quote. That the statements made by Thaci and Limai in that meeting with Human Rights Watch were direct lies is supported by a multitude of other evidence, similarly confirming that no KLA court existed at the time. And that can be found at paragraphs 66, 246, and 953 of our brief. Similarly, in the lapse zone, when members of the OSCE met with detainees at the start of, requested to meet with detainees at the start of February 1999, they were presented with a small number of pre-selected, healthier looking individuals who had exceptionally been permitted to clean themselves and had been instructed on what to say. The military police commander there explained the supposed trial process for detainees to the OSCE representatives in elaborate detail. Again, a false depiction of reality to placate the international community. As Zone Commander Rustam Mustafa testified before this court, there was, quote, "no process whatsoever," end quote, for detainees in the lapse zone. They were just detained. That's at transcript 5572 to 5573. Such deception not only demonstrates intent and knowledge, it also demonstrates the active steps taken to mislead international actors, something which each of the defense briefs are at pains to claim could not possibly have occurred. But additionally, and importantly, it reflected endorsement of the crimes by providing cover for their continuation. As described in our brief, a legal sector and military court were eventually established at the end of 1998, motivated in large part by the need of the KLA leadership to legitimize themselves in front of the international community. The court was under-resourced and ineffective, a point about which there appears to be agreement between the parties. However, the court and De Bruyne as its head were also marginalized and undermined. General staff members, including Salimi and Limai, intervened directly, releasing or hiding detainees, or otherwise bypassing the court entirely. Proceedings that did occur were summary and arbitrary. Death sentences were imposed and then altered based on personal relationships. And judgments were signed by persons who were not part of the court, including the chief of staff. But with what limited resources the court did have, it did not investigate anyone for the widely known abductions, mistreatments, and killings that had occurred up until that point. Instead, one of the first cases brought to the court in January 1999 and easily the most prominent of the few that were brought to it, was that of Blerem Kuchi, who was arrested at the General Staff headquarters in the presence of Jakub Krasniqi, Recep Salimi, and Fatmir Limay. During a conversation the following day, Krasniqi acknowledged that Kuchi had been arrested and also threatened that anyone who did not respect the KLA program would be punished, warning that, quote, all tendencies, sabotages of pacifism, and corruption of KLA manpower have to be cut, end quote. That is P2094. A document seized from Krasniqi's house entitled "The Pacifist and Farcist Movements for Undermining the Kosovo Liberation Army and its Objectives of Securing Liberation," and it was seized in multiple versions, mentioned Kuchi in the following way, quote, "The heaviest blow inflicted on our war was struck first and foremost by the blocking of money needed by us, and secondly, by the insertion of Farcist officers who had joined up not in order to professionalize and assist the KLA, but to undermine the fight for freedom. The following are evidence of this. Tahir Zimai in the Dukajin, Blerem Kuchi in the Pastrik zone, and in the Drenica zone, Kamal Shakiri and Gani Getsi." That's one of the versions of that is P01111. Following a sham trial, in a process that included defending against allegations that he said that the KLA and the government should be united, P1107, Kuchi was sentenced to death. As reflected in contemporaneous documents, similar fates were planned for other opponents, who were intended to be brought before the pseudo court on charges of treason. And those references can be found at footnote 244 of our brief. As such, the court served simultaneously as a fig leaf to place a false veneer of legitimacy over ongoing criminal activity, and was used by the JCE members as a further tool to be leveraged against opponents. The court was also reliant on the referral of cases to it, in particular by the military police or intelligence sector, paragraphs 251 and 264 of our brief. The absurdity with which this was applied is exemplified in the case of the Savage brothers, whose abduction attracted a high degree of international attention. Both brothers were beaten in KLA custody, with one dying as a result. Sokol de Bruyne went personally to the detention site and discussed the case with other general staff members, yet failed to ensure the initiation of any investigation into the matter, and simply ignored the direct evidence in front of him on the basis that no criminal allegation had been submitted. Both Blerem Kuchi and the Savlich brothers were detained at a site in between the village of Klečka and the village of Divjak, where the KLA General Staff was headquartered. And from late 1998 until the 22nd of June 1999, this site served as the designated detention facility of the General Staff and was operated by the military police. The detainees, which included both Serbian and Albanian civilians, were held for periods of time ranging from a few days to several weeks. As described at paragraph 974 of our brief, detainees there were brutally beaten, with Recep Salimi participating personally in the mistreatment on one occasion. 11 detainees were murdered. One of those victims was Imer Jafici. Being employed in the document office of the MUP station in Prizren, he was perceived as associated with the enemy and was abducted by black uniformed KLA soldiers on the 9th of March, 1999. Although the defense have alleged that all police were combatants, having regard to Jafici's actual function, as well as the circumstances of his arrest and the reasons provided for it, it's apparent that in fact he was a civil servant employee who had no involvement in hostilities, and rather he was taken as a perceived collaborator. However, there's also no indication whatsoever that his detention was absolutely necessary for security purposes. Douglas Young, a KVM representative, was alerted about Jafici's arrest on the same day on which it occurred and took immediate steps to try and locate him. As described in Young's testimony and as contemporaneously documented by him, he obtained confirmation that Jafici was held by the KLA, having been shown Jafici's personal documents and informed by a person associated with Recep Selimi's nickname of 10 that Jafici was under the control of a, quote, higher formation, end quote. Indeed, Young was one of 2 witnesses to testify before the court regarding Selimi's knowledge of this abduction. And as detailed in our brief, in addition to Krasniqi, Selimi, and De Bruyne, others with direct knowledge of and or involvement in the detention site at Klečka included Veseli and Limaj, as well as at least 5 other general staff members. The establishment of the court, as mentioned a short time ago, also served an additional important function for the KLA. And that was as part of the institution building exercise designed to advance its quest for authority and control. Political Declaration 17, on screen now. And if I haven't mentioned already, all of the slides that I showed during my presentation may be publicly broadcast, was issued in November 1998. It reiterated familiar themes, including that no decision on Kosovo could be made without the KLA, that the KLA would not recognize any agreement reached without its participation, that others willing to engage in talks would be condemned. The, quote, autonomy supporting and institutionalist phalanx, end quote, were again described as comprising, quote, former UDB members appointed to ministerial posts, end quote. And the declaration also made the following claim of authority. The General Staff of the KLA would like to remind everyone that Kosovo already has its own institutions, its political leadership, its justice bodies, its army and police force, etc., that have earned their legitimacy before national and international bodies, end quote. On the 18th of January, 1999, a public statement, an extract of which is on screen now, was issued specifically in Thaci's name as the head of the political directorate and confirmed that the KLA General Staff was building state institutions. The statement proceeded to again vilify Bokoshi, an attempt to undermine the LDK-affiliated parallel institutions. Having accused Bokoshi of, amongst other things, fratricide, Thaci proceeded to claim that, quote, Bokoshi has financed the assassination and the assassination attempts of KLA commanders. His file includes plans for the liquidation of the general staff of the KLA and some distinguished personalities in Kosovo, end quote. While the agreement for creation of the PGOK, signed at Rambouillet on the 23rd of February 1999, indeed provided for the participation of the LDK, it came in the atmosphere of vitriol and incendiary allegations just described. Other evidence also contextualizes the conditions of complete subjugation under which the KLA leadership were demanding that such participation would occur. This is perhaps best exemplified by Krasniqi's own words. On screen now. In negotiations with the Bokoshi government representatives that occurred around the end of March 1999, Krasniqi had made the conditions for participation clear, as he himself described, quote, in the end, I submitted some requests to him, and he told me that he would consider them with Bokoshi. The requests were as follows. A, to recognize the KLA program. B, to recognize PGOK and to submit to the command of the KLA General Staff. C, to respect KLA regulations. D, to enter Kosovo. And E, his headquarters in Tirana to be handed over to the Ministry of Defense of the PGOK, end quote. As described in section 2A1A2 of the brief, well before the agreement for creation of the PGOK was signed, the KLA leadership had already been taking steps to establish governmental and administrative institutions with the express intention that these would lay the, quote, foundations of the future state power, end quote. That's P811.32. As such, Thaci effectively used the 23 February agreement as a cloak under which to manifest the institutions of power that the KLA leadership were already pursuing. Political Statement 34, published on the 30th of March 1999. Are fraudsters and war criminals, end quote. That is P575. And days later, Thaci proceeded to announce the composition of the PGOK. The announcement indicated 1 vacant post for the LDK, named 4 LBD members, left 1 further unallocated post for the LBD, and assigned all other posts to the KLA leadership, including appointing JCE members into key ministerial positions. Salimi became the Minister for Public Order with authority over the police. Veseli became the head of SHIK, continuing his intelligence role. Azam Sula became Minister of Defense. And Krasniqi continued to frame messaging as government spokesperson. With the withdrawal of Serbian forces following the Kumanova agreement, the accused sought to activate the institutional infrastructure that they had been putting in place for many months, and assert de facto authority on the ground. As described in paragraph 40 of our brief, KLA units promptly seized and occupied key state infrastructure. And simultaneously, Thaci appointed PGOK-affiliated mayors appeared throughout Kosovo. From the very first meeting with UNMIK in June 1999, the intentions of the Thaci government were clear. As described in paragraph 41 of our brief, Thaci, accompanied by Salimi, presented UNMIK officials with an organogram of the PGOK. When informed that UNMIK had exclusive executive authority pursuant to UN Security Council Resolution 1244, the KLA representatives responded to the effect of, quote, "Thank you for your help, but now we are in charge. We created the PGOK and now we run the country," end quote. Despite being repeatedly and clearly warned that the PGOK's actions encroached on UNMIK's mandate, Thaci proceeded undeterred in issuing PGOK laws and decrees over key aspects of civilian governance, attempting to enforce a fait accompli. By the end of July 1999, Thaci announced that the PGOK had achieved, quote, "horizontal and vertical spread of the government," quote, end quote, throughout municipalities. That is P4189. And Vaseli too had stated his intention to continue operating as head of intelligence even after demilitarization. Even defense witness James Covey acknowledged that Thaci seemed intent on the PGOK's claims to administer Kosovo in contravention to the Security Council mandate. That's a transcript 27618 to 27621. He also noted that the expressions of antipathy towards Rugova seemed inconsistent with a fully democratic process, and acknowledged wondering whether Thaci's real intentions were to clear the way for whatever party he might eventually represent. That's T27362 to 63. In fact, closer to the relevant time, Mr. Covey gave a much more direct assessment of events, writing in 2005 that, quote, "Over time, it became more and more apparent that this was not simply a heated political argument. KLA extremists would use any necessary means to displace Rugova and his LDK party apparatus, as well as to be acknowledged as heroes and the guarantors of Kosovo's future independence. KLA fighters saw the LDK's military arm, the Armed Forces of the Republic of Kosovo, FARC, as nearly as much of an enemy as the dreaded Serb Special Police. Even during the war, the KLA had attacked the FARC. In the vacuum that followed, the KLA's ruthless campaign against the LDK continued," end quote. That's P4496. The clarification Covey provided in testimony that this described what was being done by personnel associated with the KLA movement does not assist the accused. The evidence shows that throughout this time, the targeting of opponents did continue. Even after Kumanova, the military police and intelligence continued to cooperate in the detention and interrogation of civilians on allegations of collaboration. That's P1097.9 at pages 18 to 20. In fact, a communique issued by Agam Cheku on behalf of the KLA General Staff on the 23rd of June 1999 announced the identification of 3 alleged collaborators based on information from the intelligence services and the subsequent killing of 2 of them by the military police, indicating that the 3rd person who had escaped remained wanted. That's P1752. While the communique claimed that these deaths were the result of resisting arrest. The evidence shows that one of the victims was in fact murdered in the hospital where he'd been brought after being wounded in the initial attack. And that's described at paragraph 324 of our brief. This communique was published less than 48 hours after the KLA PGOK leadership, including Thaci, Krasniqi, and Cecu, had attended the signing of the undertaking, pursuant to which the KLA agreed, amongst other things, quote, not to attack, detain, or intimidate any civilians in Kosovo, end quote. And that's P1444, paragraph 10D. Indeed, with the entry of K4 in June 1999, room for any legitimate detentions by the KLA PGOK was even more limited than previously. During that period, only detentions of the most limited duration in response to direct threats that could not be averted in sufficient time by K4 could be said to be absolutely necessary. The evidence shows that none of the charged detentions during this time period meet that criteria, and so, contrary to submissions otherwise, none were lawful. Throughout, despite the risk of his relationship with internationals, Thaci would continue to push for consolidation of power and control for him and his PGOK structures, while simultaneously deflecting or denying crimes against opponents. To take just a small sample of examples, a cable recounting what is described as a difficult meeting on the 29th of July 1999, in which Thaci was evasive on criminality and was described as, quote, testing out how far he could go and pushing on Muck and
Rahul Arora, age 32, took a gym membership because he wanted to, above all, gain muscle. It was his dream to wear t-shirts with the sleeves rolled up, not tuck in his stomach, when a girl would walk by and buy the XL-sized protein powder in front of his friends. He even got a cool bike to complete the look. This, however, is not Rahul Arora. Rahul Arora, age 32, took a gym membership, but he never showed up. He could have, though, anytime, anywhere. So he really had no excuse, which is why we used the money from his gym membership to make this film, to motivate Rahul Arora some more, of course. Biceps would sure look good with your new bike, Rahul.
complied with his wishes, end quote. The following day, General Reinhardt, who had taken over from General Jackson as the commander of KFOR in Kosovo, recorded the following observation. As you can see on the screen now, quote, Thaci is boycotting today's KTC meeting. His refusal to cooperate shows his contempt for the institution and the other members of the KTC. He is behaving like a child who sulks when it does not get its favorite toy. The toy he wants is the presidency of Kosovo and sole political leadership under the umbrella of Kushner's administration, end quote. To finish, I'll address some of the additional specific arguments relating to the common criminal purpose made in the defense briefs. First, the Salimi defense argues that the objective of the JCE, rather than just the means, must be inherently criminal. However, the authorities cited say the opposite of what Salimi represents them to say. For example, the cited paragraph of the Brima appeals judgment very clearly explains that the requirement that a common plan is inherently criminal means that it, quote, must either have as its objective a crime within the statute or contemplates crimes within the statute as the means of achieving its objective, end quote. As explained at footnote 4 of our brief, this flows directly from the original wording of the Tadic appeals judgment. Second, that there was a KLA objective of achieving independence in Kosovo in no way negates the objective on the part of the JCE members to gain and exercise control in the manner charged. Indeed, rather than being a counter-indicator, logic dictates that independence would have been a prerequisite for them to fully attain such control. And it's also a matter of both common sense and established jurisprudence that a person can have multiple simultaneous objectives. For example, Radovan Karadzic was found to have participated in 4 separate but related JCEs with distinct objectives. The defense briefs not only deliberately ignore this reality, but repeatedly attempt to elide the distinction, including by reference to the motivations of others. However, the motivations of ordinary soldiers for joining the KLA are in no way probative of the intent of the accused. W03165 is, for example, one of the witnesses relied upon for this purpose by both the Thaci and Krasniqi defenses. That he personally joined the KLA in order to protect his country is not probative of the charges in this case. What is probative, and even more poignant in light of his service, is that less than 3 months later, his father was taken by black-clothed KLA soldiers, murdered, and falsely branded as a traitor to the nation. Third, the defense briefs claim that no direct evidence of the common criminal purpose was presented, and then proceed to make a range of arguments as to why one cannot be inferred. We've summarized in our brief, and here today, the wide range of both direct and circumstantial evidence demonstrating the existence of the common plan. A signed contract among JCE members is not required. But if the multiple contemporaneous public communications of the General Staff, as described in section 2A1 of our brief, are accepted for what they clearly are, that's direct evidence of the common criminal purpose. If the contemporaneous public statements of the official General Staff spokesperson are accepted for what they clearly are, that's direct evidence of the common criminal purpose. If eyewitness accounts of the words and actions of the accused and other JCE members at multiple detention sites are accepted for what they are, that is direct evidence of the common criminal purpose. And this wealth of evidence is corroborated by other contemporaneous documentation, the manner in which structures and organizations were created and used by the accused, the regulatory framework put in place, the failure of the JCE members to prevent or punish crimes, and by the pattern of the charged crimes. The submissions that have been made simply don't displace the overwhelming volume of evidence proving the existence of the common criminal purpose beyond reasonable doubt. With regard specifically to personal motivations of direct perpetrators, while this may be a relevant consideration where there's an absence of other evidence connecting a particular crime to the common purpose, the mere existence of such motivations do not negate the common purpose, or even necessarily remove any particular crime from its scope. Indeed, a direct perpetrator need not share or even know of the common purpose. Rather, the relevant inquiry is whether a sufficient link between the perpetrator in question and a JCE member has been established. And a non-exhaustive list of factors which could establish such a link are set out by, for example, the Krajisnik trial judgment at paragraphs 1081 and 1082. In fact, In making these arguments about personal motivation, in particular with reference to the evidence of international witnesses regarding the atmosphere of revenge in the summer of 1999, the defense are largely seeking to create a straw man and responding to a case which has not been charged. The accused are not on trial for random criminality occurring during that period or for the wave of general violence and house burning unleashed at that time against Serb civilians. The crimes charged are those committed by the accused subordinates and consistent with and in continuation of the long-standing opponent policy. Notably, one of the examples used by the Thaci defense in an effort to argue that perpetrators were not real KLA is W02951's disbelief that members of the, quote, real KLA who fought for freedom, end quote, would have done to him what they did. Not only does this again disingenuously attempt to play on the distinction between the KLA's fight for liberation and the unlawful violence endorsed and pursued by individuals within the KLA, but it carries no weight at all when placed in the context of the concrete location where this witness was mistreated. As set out in our brief, there's extensive evidence, including contemporaneous video evidence, demonstrating that the perpetrators there were indeed real members of the KLA. Similarly, reliance on W02652's testimony to argue that there was no general policy to target LDK members typifies both the distortion of evidence and disingenuousness of the points being made. We invite the panel to read the cited transcript pages. The witness is very clear in saying that, quote, the KLA as a term, end quote, did not have a problem with LDK members, but rather individuals within the KLA were opposed to the LDK, did the bad things, and refused to hold themselves accountable. And when given an opportunity on redirect examination to indicate the individuals being referred to, the witness specified that it was the KLA leadership at the main headquarters who pursued this opposition against the LDK. Moreover, contrary to speculative theories put forward in the defense briefs, for example, in the Thaci brief at paragraphs 41 to 51, and the Krasniqi brief at paragraphs 165 to 169, the factual and legal questions before this panel do not require a dissection of various incentives or disincentives on the part of the accused to participate in the common purpose. Rather, the facts and conduct speak for themselves. As one of my colleagues will address in further detail later in their presentation, the accused did contribute, and with the requisite intent. Whether that was a rational choice, whether it was in their interests to do so or not, is beside the point. And finally, in relation to the pattern arguments raised. First, as already highlighted, the pattern of crimes committed is just one of multiple factors in this case, leading to the inescapable conclusion that the crimes were committed pursuant to a common criminal purpose. It's not the sole or even the main basis for inferring it. Nonetheless, the purported pattern analysis conducted by the Krasniqi defense is flawed both in concept and in interpretation. It forms the basis for an assertion that crimes committed were, quote, spontaneous actions of untrained individual actors, end quote, while either noting but disregarding or completely ignoring some of the most compelling evidence that this was not the case. Such as, just to
Rated X. That means you're extra, extra, extraordinary.
the charged criminal purpose. Mr. Patch will soon be speaking further about some of the common patterns in the charged crimes. However, the defense brief even makes the inexplicable claim that the alleged pattern shows that the general staff were not involved in any crimes, proven in the March to October 1998 period. This necessarily involves ignoring, amongst other things, the evidence of direct involvement of general staff members, including certain of the accused, in the physical perpetration of those crimes. Indeed, in what's ultimately a fact-specific inquiry, the Krasniqi defense's heavy reliance on the Bagbo case is telling. There, in contrast to this case, crimes were primarily committed during demonstrations or attacks on neighborhoods, which frequently made it hard to tell the circumstances in which the violence broke out, and also involve quite disparate crimes committed by disparate groups and individuals. The Thaci defense's selective reliance on the specific facts of Blagojevich are similarly revealing, and ignore the wide array of indicators from which a common purpose has been inferred, including, amongst others, a discernible pattern of crimes, that is, crimes not committed in a random or unorchestrated manner, and as with the charged crimes in this case, which were committed in and around detention facilities. Common circumstantial elements of crimes, some of which Mr. Patch will shortly touch upon. Use of diplomatic negotiations to regroup, as corresponds to the reorganization occurring in this case following the October 1998 ceasefire. Replacing members who impede the execution of the common plan, that is, people of independent judgment, with yes men who are willing to advance its aims, as well as promoting such people, as described in this case of paragraph 617 of our brief. Coordination amongst different units involved in arrest, detention, and interrogation, with the support of administrative decisions and orders that provide the legal, political, and social framework for the JCE. As described in detail throughout section 3 of our brief, including the involvement of military police, intelligence, and the transfer of detainees between sites. Statements of the JCE members, which correspond to subsequent attacks or crimes on the ground. As described in respect of this case, throughout section 2A1 of our brief, and clandestine operations to conceal crimes from international observers, including with the direct involvement of JCE members, such as actively covering up inhumane treatment at detention centers, precisely as described as this case at the start of my presentation. And for those factors, I was drawing there from, amongst others, the Sejnovic appeals judgment, the Simic trial judgment, the Martic trial judgment, and the Krajisnik trial judgment. And I will now hand over to Mr. Patch, who will further describe the pattern of crimes committed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Potts. You may proceed when ready.
Thank you. Earlier, my colleague set out how the accused formulated and shared the common purpose to gain and exercise control over all of Kosovo by means including unlawfully intimidating, mistreating, committing violence against, and removing those deemed to be opponents. I will be addressing the manifestation of those means, the charged crimes which took place in and around detention sites across Kosovo and parts of northern Albania. Each of these sites is represented by a black dot on the map appearing on your screens. Throughout my presentation, unless noted otherwise, slides are for public broadcast. The locations represented on your screens are those where the victims in this case were persecuted, imprisoned, illegally or arbitrarily arrested and detained, subjected to other inhumane acts, cruel treatment, and torture, disappeared, and murdered. The image before you now depicts the 437 incidents of detention which took place between April 98 and August 99. Each incident is represented by a blue dot in close proximity to the location of detention. While the number I provided includes persons detained at multiple sites, as noted in Schedule A to the indictment, what we provided there is a minimum number in terms of the incidents. Most of the victims were civilians not taking part in hostilities at the time of their arrests. As is clear from the plain meaning of its language, Article 14.1c of the law, which reflects Common Article 3.1 of the Geneva Conventions, applies to all persons taking no active part in hostilities in all circumstances and without any adverse distinction. This therefore includes both detained members of opposing forces and members of one's own group. In this regard, I refer, for example, to paragraphs 711 and 722 of the Mustafa trial judgment and paragraph 547 of the ICRC's 2016 persons, retirees, those who socialize with Serbs, those who used to or continue to work in state-owned entities in order to make a living during the most difficult of times, those who didn't join the KLA or who didn't actively contribute to it, those who supported the LDK, those accused of being spies or collaborators, often based on generic, unsubstantiated rumors and speculation. Kosovo Albanian, Serb, Roma, Montenegrin, Bosnian, Macedonian. Men, women, and children. Indeed, the individuals whose liberty was unlawfully deprived through the accused conduct came from all walks of life. But as your honors read through our brief, and as you received and considered the evidence throughout the trial, you will have discerned that the targeting and mistreatment of these victims by KLA members under the accused's command and control followed similar patterns. As you heard earlier, opponents were identified by KLA members, including intelligence services and military police. The names of many of those arrested, detained, questioned, beaten, killed, or disappeared can be found in notes taken by KLA members. Such notes often contain details such as the prospective victim's movements or notes on or warrants for their arrest. By way of example, I refer to P75, a page of which is on your screen and not for public broadcast. Mr. Tiger showed this earlier. You will recognize the names highlighted here from extensive evidence submitted in this case concerning their targeting and disappearance. Another example is P651, pages from which are on your screen now and also not for public broadcast. Here, you see an example of an arrest warrant for an opponent who was detained and mistreated in Yeshkova. You also see notes indicating that surveillance was being undertaken in relation to the same individual. Several of the victims were arrested from their homes or at checkpoints by masked or armed men. In most instances, KLA members failed to provide detainees with reasons for their arrest beyond inadequate generic assertions or allegations. Some were arrested after being ordered or summoned to attend KLA headquarters. For example, as you can see in the order on your screen from P1105, which can be publicly broadcast, Jakub Krasniqi, in his capacity as Deputy Commander of the General Staff, ordered KLA member Blerim Kuchi to report to the General Staff on 16 January 1999. On the date indicated in this order, Kuchi was arrested at General Staff headquarters in the presence of Krasniqi, Recep Selimi, and Fatmir Limay. You heard further details of this incident in earlier presentations. As mentioned earlier, in relation to cases such as this, where victims were members of armed forces, including the KLA, they are nevertheless protected under Article 14.1c of the law. On a related note, when it comes to assessing whether a victim was protected, it's their activity at the time of the commission of the crime which is relevant. As set out in paragraph 602 of the 2025 commentary to Geneva Convention 4, quote, "There is no place for retribution under international humanitarian law," end quote. Thaci defense submissions on the status of certain victims show a misplaced focus on former positions they may have occupied, rather than those they occupied at the time of their arrest or detention. Some such submissions are additionally also plainly inaccurate or misleading. For example, while the Thaci defense mentions that 1338 worked for the police when he was abducted, no mention is made of his specific capacity, which is a relevant consideration. I invite you to look at paragraph 1121 of our brief in that regard. While 1605 had worked as a police officer, he was no longer doing so at the time he was arrested. Following their arrest, victims were transferred to and detained in locations used by KLA members, in many instances as KLA headquarters, offices, or barracks, or in close proximity thereto. In Jablonitsa, detainees were held at a barracks compound, an image of which is on your screens from P101. This location was a short walk from the local KLA headquarters at Lahi Ibrahimai's house. Just a reminder, unless I say otherwise, these can be publicly broadcast. Detainees were held in a room on the left of your screens and also in rooms in the house on the right of your screen, which is also where Lahi and Nazmi Ibrahimai interrogated and mistreated detainees. Victims across the various sites were detained for various periods of time, ranging from hours to days, weeks, and multiple months. Documentary evidence corroborates witness evidence concerning charged crimes, including by contemporaneously memorializing detentions in black and white. P738, on your screens now and not for public broadcast, is a notebook containing a contemporaneous detention log showing the dates that 52 people were held at La Pastitsa. As you can see on this page alone, several detentions lasted for weeks or months. For example, the person listed at number 9 was held for more than 5 weeks. The person listed at number 8 was detained for 4 months. Your Honors have received evidence that many of the detainees were restrained and or blindfolded while they were being transferred or detained. Many victims were held in locked or guarded rooms and provided no or inadequate food, water, sanitation facilities, hygiene facilities, or medical care. In Bari, a victim spent 20 days of his 56-day detention in a dark, windowless, 1 by 2 meter room. He used a small box as a toilet. While this same victim was detained at another location, KLA members told him that they would kill him when he was as thin as a finger. He was rarely given water or food while detained, losing 38 kilograms over the course of his almost 2-month-long detention. In Lapushnik, detainees were held in inhumane conditions, including in both the storage room and the cowshed. One of the detainees described the conditions of detention as
a rhythm sensed before it's heard. The horizon stands uninterrupted. Everything feels considered. Grandeur held in perfect proportion. A life beyond the expected. Lodha, Avalon.
some were instructed to confess to crimes they did not commit. Many were accused of being spies, collaborators, or traitors. Many were questioned about or threatened in relation to their support of or role in the LDK. On approximately 24 June 1998, at the KLA headquarters in Brasants, Hashim Thaci urged Kosovo Assembly MPs Abdul Rama and Uk Batucci to publicly resign from their LDK leadership positions and make a recorded statement supporting the KLA. Under pressure, Batucci acquiesced. Rama was threatened and mistreated by Thaci when he defied Thaci's demands. The Thaci defense's characterization of the evidence concerning Hashim Thaci's role in this incident fails to undermine the relevant, mutually corroborative evidence on record, including that relied on paragraphs 394 to 395 of our brief. Thaci defense submissions concerning this incident ignore, in particular, relevant excerpts from the redirect examination of the witness mentioned, for example, at paragraphs 350 to 351 of their brief. The Thaci defense submissions also ignore the plain meaning of relevant evidence, such as that from 4410's book, where, as you can see on your screen, he wrote, for example, Hashim Thaci insisted that Uka give more powerful and decisive opinions on the KLA, but he had his own reservations. He wanted to say it in his own way, not for someone to impose it on him. Around 2 months after this incident, Recep Selimi was present and took notes while a detainee was questioned in Likovsk. Consistent with many other instances of detention by KLA members, on this occasion, in Selimi's presence, this detainee was questioned about his alleged collaboration with Serbian officials. The same detainee was repeatedly and viciously beaten at this detention site. By the time of this detention, Likovsk had already served as a General Staff headquarters and had hosted, or would go on to host, General Staff meetings, visits by the accused, and meetings with internationals. The following month, September 98, both Recep Selimi and Hashim Thaci were involved in another incident during which detainees were questioned and mistreated. Thaci and Selimi arrived at a local LDK office in Chires, while Kosovo Albanian parliamentary delegation members were detained there by KLA members. Selimi and others transferred 13 of the delegation members to a school building used by the KLA in Baice. There, a group of masked KLA members severely beat at least 6 of the detainees. Thaci then interrogated the detainees with Sabit Getzi. Thaci referred to the detainees as Rugovans and institutionalists. He demanded they resign from their parliamentary positions and write statements renouncing Ibrahim Rugova as a traitor. Thaci was told that the detainees had been mistreated and saw their injuries himself. Thaci and Sabit Getzi took the detainees to Krasmirovsk, where Getzi, in Thaci's presence, threatened to kill one victim. Thaci himself threatened another victim. The Thaci defense attempt to legally validate the delegation's detention by references to SPO, powers to detain under the law regulating this court, is symptomatic of the illogical nature of defense submissions in relation to this incident. As set out, for example, in the confirmation decision, the deprivation of liberty by KLA members would have had to be justified by criminal proceedings or reasonable grounds to believe that security concerns make it, quote, absolutely necessary, end quote. In the Shala case, a panel of the Court of Appeals Chamber noted that for the detention to qualify as absolutely necessary, there must be serious and legitimate reasons to think that the person concerned, by his activities, knowledge, or qualifications, represents a real threat to the detaining power's present or future security. The Thaci defense's attempts to characterize the detained delegation's intention as being anything other than humanitarian ignores clear evidence and in no way indicate that a detention was absolutely necessary. The Thaci defense attempts are as erroneous as the view Hashim Thaci asserted during his SPO interview concerning the status of the delegation's members, as we can see on our screens now.
Interpreters note the council is kindly asked to slow down when reading for the purposes of interpretation. Thank you.
I will, thank you. What is on your screens is from P739.8. Contrary to what Mr. Thaci asserts here, those forming part of the parliamentary delegation detained in Chires were civilians. Thaci's distortion of the notion of combatant is a transparent attempt to justify his criminal activity. Unlike the Thaci and Selimi defense's selective approach to the evidence concerning the Chires incident, the panel must consider all evidence in its totality, including documentary evidence such as Military Police Directorate Press Release P158. In relation to this and other incidents, the panel can and should rely on previous detailed, credible, consistent, and corroborated accounts of relevant witnesses where subsequent courtroom testimony by the same witnesses is transparently fear-driven and implausible. The panel should similarly rely on Thaci's own earlier evidence concerning this incident, rather than his later attempts to walk back the truth. The images on your screen now are from Mr. Thaci's January 2020 SPO interview in relation to the same incident. These should be publicly broadcast. At that time, at Baitse, did you witness any injuries on Mr. Dadai's person? I didn't see it, but I heard that he did because he was clothed. But I didn't see anything on his face. Did you know at the time that he had been beaten or mistreated? Yes. With respect to Mr. Dadai and Mr. Bardi, how do you know that they had been beaten or...
Every wedding occasion calls for something special. Every look should be too. Gold for the big day, diamonds for the cocktail, kundan for the sangeet. With Riva, I didn't just find jewelry. I found myself in every look.
I verified this when I got there. We will talk about this in the next interview. However, at that next interview, only 6 months later, the version of events Mr. Thaci gave was inconsistent and illogical, alleging the injuries he referred to just 6 months before were moral, not physical. I'm here referring to P742.3. Unless he was referring to physical injuries, there is no fathomable reason why Mr. Thaci would have referred in January 2020 to one of the victims being clothed as a reason why he did not see that victim's injuries. Neither would Mr. Thaci have responded by saying, "They told me," when he was asked, who did they say had administered the beatings? Around a month after the Chires incident, Hashim Thaci, with Fatmir Limay, questioned 2 Serbian journalists while they were detained in Sedlar. The fact that the victims themselves were not able to identify Thaci as one of those questioning them does not detract from the evidence of 4839 who interpreted for Thaci during the questioning. In its argument concerning this incident, the Thaci defense asserts 4839 was unable to identify the nature of Thaci's role. Yet the evidence they themselves cite in support of that assertion shows that the witness knew that Thaci was in the political department. Regardless, specific knowledge of Thaci's role in the KLA at the time of such questioning is of no relevance as to whether he took part in that questioning. In relation to the Thaci defense's claims concerning 4839's reliability, including in relation to this incident, I refer your honors to paragraphs 1441 to 1447 of our brief. Threats and questioning of detainees by KLA members echoed threats in communiques and other public statements by the General Staff and members thereof. While transferring 2 victims to a detention site where they would be detained for almost a month, KLA members who introduced themselves as from the General Staff beat the two victims. They told them they would be punished with death, that Ibrahim Rugova is a traitor, and that the LDK is the UDP. Similarly, while arresting two other victims who would later be detained in Likovsk, the KLA members told them they were going to liquidate them because they were with the LDK, traitors, and Serb collaborators. Once detained in Likovsk, one of the victims was accused of being a spy and the collaborators. KLA members told him that they would kill all those who supported Rogova, and asked him why he was not on Hashim Thaci's side. Such threats and questions echo, for example, the language in P269ET.5 on your screens now. This is Communicate 21, where the General Staff threatened it would be merciless against the occupiers and traitors, as we see here. P283 on your screens now, Communique 43, shows, as you can see, the General Staff, after calling on all capable Albanians to join the KLA, threatening death to the enemies and traitors. In P287, on your screens now, Communique 48, the General Staff called on all sound political forces to distance themselves from the intranationalistic, fraudulent, divisive, and anarchist policies on behalf of the fictive institutions attempting to eliminate the true national institutions and its KLA. The General Staff, as you can see, goes on to say, any action that jeopardizes the interests of the homeland and the aims of the liberation war will be condemned and punished. The language used by KLA members while they questioned and threatened detainees also echoed, for example, the threatening language used by Jakub Krasniqi, captured in P809, by Hashim Thaci, reflected in P387, and by Recep Selimi, as emerged during testimony on 26 June 2024. Another feature of the charge detentions, which emerges time and again, is the detainees were provided no due process guarantees. In most cases, they received no adequate information concerning the reasons for their arrest or detention. Neither were they given an opportunity to challenge such arrest or detention. They were not taken before a judge or competent authority, nor were they accused or charged with any crimes or sentenced. As my colleague addressed earlier, Hashim Thaci and Fatmir Limay lied about the existence of such due process rights in November '98 discussions with Human Rights Watch representatives. But even their lie, that two Serb journalists were being detained, had been tried in absentia without access to a lawyer, and were now serving representatives, showed a lack of due process. Indeed, as we saw earlier, years later, Thaci confirmed that, quote, the KLA didn't have any judicial or legal process mechanism. That is something that has been made up. That quote is from P742.14. Due process guarantees were also lacking when the questioning at certain sites was occasionally conducted by KLA members acting in pseudo-judicial capacities. Your Honor, this would be a good time to take the break.
All right, we'll break for lunch now. We'll be back here at 2:30.
All rise.
We're adjourned.
एक औरत कई किरदार निभाती है, पर आपकी जिंदगी का हिस्सा क्यों नहीं बन पाती?
ये यहाँ क्यों आई है? इन्हें तो मना किया था ना। इसकी सॉस क्यों आई है पार्टी में?
अपने दिल में दबी कुछ बातें वो किसी से नहीं कह पाती है। मैं आपकी दोस्त जूही सुनूंगी आपके दिल की अनकही बातें, क्योंकि जब दर्द बाहर आएंगे तभी तो दिलों के जख्म भर पाएंगे। स्क्रीन पर दिए नंबर पर कॉल कीजिए और मुझसे बात करने यहाँ आइए, क्योंकि मैं सिर्फ सुनूंगी नहीं, आपकी बात समझूंगी भी।
कहानी हर घर की